now switch gears to something much more relaxed than our recent fare. I know, jarring. This is not my first time, but I have burned all my player data, so we'll be coming at this with fresh eyes with the new gadgets that they've added at the beginning of the month. I'll go ahead and leave the tutorials on. Leave the tar on. We have to have something coming after us. Ferals as well. And we'll leave player damage as is. So yeah, basically default difficulty. Ferals and tar apparently can be disabled, obviously, but doing so removes pretty much all threat from the game. It stops being a game and starts being, well, I won't judge how you play, but that's not how we're going to do things here. This game technically does continue after the events of Slime Rancher 1, but it's not as if there's much story continuity between the two as far as I'm aware. We got a boat with a note. And with this Dr. Seussian premise, away we go. To the Shiny Island, where all the Pokemon live. And conveniently, there's a base already there. It's like it was made for us. We have WASD for movement, mouse looks around, space to jump, shift to sprint, basic controls. And our giant frightening gun is actually a giant frightening vacuum. We can vacuum slimes. We can vacuum chickens. We can vacuum practically everything that can fit through here and a few things that can't. I can put the slimes in the corral. And chickens are considered a food source, so we can feed our slimes this chicken. It immediately disappears. They are quick. The slime has produced a plort. There is very little explanation as to what these actually are. Slimes eat, slimes make plorts. That's just how the world works. And over here you can sell plorts. Probably. And that's it. That's the basic premise of the game. Collect slimes, feed slimes, plorts. There are more pink slimes just hanging around the base, which definitely looks like it needs a lawnmower or something. And put them in there too. I don't think they can get out. Maybe they can. We'll worry about that later. They're harmless. Here's my house, which you can sleep for hours, you can sleep until night, you can sleep until morning. That's about it. I forget if that's about it for now or if that's about it, period. We'll worry about the rest later. Then we have our space phone that doesn't work yet. But that's okay. We have things to explore. There's a big, wonderful map with more farm areas that we haven't yet unlocked. These exist, we just can't go there. Because for every single one, there's a terminal. Where you have to pay for access to that sub-area. And you get money mostly by feeding slimes and selling plorts. That is pretty much the game cycle. The slime can stay. The plort gets sold. And with that foundation in place, we leave behind our wonderful glass observatory and proceed out into the wild. This is shiny and colorful and kind of pastel. We can collect and harvest practically everything. But keeping in mind we only have 4 vacuum slots, and each vacuum slot can, from the look of it, only hold 20 of whatever. We've already got pink slimes, and carrots, these little fruits. At this stage, there's very little reason not to just grab everything you can find. And wonder about the monuments. We don't ask questions about the monuments. We already have a second type of slime, the cotton slime, which looks like a rabbit. Now you can see whenever we have our crosshairs on a slime, you get a little tooltip at the very top of the screen. The pink slime will eat fruits, veggies, and meat. So they are true omnivores. They will eat whatever. Whereas we'll get back to him. I'm not ready for him yet. Whereas the cotton slime has a diet of veggie. So the only thing we have access to that the cotton slime will eat currently is carrots. Then we have this thing. This is what happens when 2 slimes converge. The way that happens is when you feed a slime, it produces a plort of its type. So now we have this cotton plort just sitting here, and a pink slime will eat it. When a slime eats a plort of a different slime, it mutates into a giant combination of both. It inherits the dietary restrictions of both, combining them in the least restrictive way. Oh boy, this is getting out of hand. So because the pink slime is an omnivore and the cotton slime is veggies only, the combined slime is also an omnivore, because they can eat anything that either component can eat. They also inherit the favorite foods, if applicable, of both species, and we'll probably get to that sometime later. For the moment, I'm just glad that there are only 2 slime types in this field. We will get to why that is later. The other thing about giant slimes is that they don't fit in the vacuum. They just kind of stick there. They're very happy about it, but they won't go in the vacuum tank. Then we have this thing. These are the little orbits. Well, here we are again. I'm sending the drones out to all their original scouting locations. Once I confirm the conditions are the same, I'll get to work. This place, I still remember being in awe of these rainbow fields. It feels like being in a beautiful dream. And I guess in a way it was, because it ended much too soon. These little things are scattered around a lot. We'll be seeing more of them. But really, the world is just ours to explore and wander and marvel. This is... I know this is important, and we'll be looking for these later, but I don't have any backspace right now for it. I think that's a crafting material, which we haven't even encountered the crafting system yet. Then we have baby chickens, full-size chickens, yet another new type of fruit, and more crafting. Ah, yes. So I need an upgrade to harvest this at all. More plorts, more slimes, and I'm hearing a crystalline sound, which is this. Resource nodes make very faint noises. I don't know if they come through on the stream, but they make a sound. Oh no. Goodbye, gold slime. Gold slimes are extremely rare, and they flee from the player and vanish if they can get away, usually by hitting a wall or something. I don't remember how to basically harvest the gold slimes for what they drop, but the gold plorts are very, very valuable. Now it's getting dark, and we have a message waiting for us at the comm station. But before I go back to Space Phone, I want to wait until night truly falls to show off the danger of Slime Rancher. And there it is. Only appearing at night, we have the Phosphor Slime, a third type of slime that eats fruit. You'll remember that I said that if a slime eats a plort that isn't of the same type, it'll become a giant hybrid. The problem occurs when a giant eats a plort not of either of its types. So if we keep watching this guy, or if we feed you, we can kind of force that issue. When a giant eats, it produces plorts of both its types, which makes them very useful in ranching, since they're easier to feed and more valuable productively. Now we have a cotton phosphor and a cotton pink. And if this phosphor eats that cotton, which he's got his eye on. Or not. Get it. It's right there. Well, he'll eat the pink. He becomes a tar. Tar have a diet of slimes and ranchers. When they eat slimes, the slime they eat becomes a new tar. Also, they're after us. So, and ranchers was not an exaggeration. And that is the primary foe, so to speak, in Slime Rancher. The tar slimes will try to eat you. We actually don't have the means to combat tar slimes at the moment, so a night is very, very dangerous for us. But what we can do is make up some money. I get some carrots to our little pink boys over here. Unfortunately, I have too many slimes. So this is 4. 10 is a pretty comfortable number. Now, it looks like they can jump high enough to get out of there. I'll have to address that at some point. I'll just keep 10 slimes in that pen. And the remaining 13... Bye. Don't worry, they're fine. They'll just pop up somewhere else. Feed in some more carrots. Harvest some more plorts. Accidentally let one out. That's fine. Pink slimes are innumerable. And right in the very beginning area, so him escaping is not a big deal. Let's sell these. The plort market prices are also a little unstable. They shift up and down pretty much constantly. And then this is why that gold slime is a disappointment to have lost. That would have been $4.47 for one gold plort. More than doubling our cash. So you can see that the pink plorts are the cheapest. Cotton plorts and phosphor plorts are much more valuable than both. And there's another type of plort we haven't even discovered yet. And of course all the other question marks. So let's see what's in the space phone. Who is calling us? Victor. A man from the previous game. I think everyone in the space phone is from the previous game. But you don't have to you don't have to already know them. They'll introduce themselves all the same. Victor's a little absent-minded. Well, at least he didn't say mysterious again. Now we can fabricate yellow home portals in the fabricator. If you don't understand any of those terms, that's fine. They haven't been introduced yet. So the fabricator is down here. I think. Something's down here. Ah, yes. The fabricator allows us to craft upgrades and gadgets and things. This is a much better interface than it had last time I played. So there's the resource harvester that we don't have yet. It takes cotton plorts and cash, which we don't have enough of. So we're going to have to collect cotton plorts from those money slimes. There are also health upgrades, energy, basically stamina upgrades, sprint improvements, a jetpack. We haven't even discovered one of the ingredients for that yet. Improved capacity per storage cell. Extra storage cells, which we have no idea what goes into that yet. A water tank, which is important because that's how you fight tar. And a pulse wave that allows you to blast slimes away from you if you get swarmed. So we need most of this stuff, honestly. The water tank is a priority, but to get that we need deep brine, but deep brine is a resource, which means we need the resource harvester. It all snowballs. Or in this case, cotton balls. I will stop making puns when I die. The other thing is that some of those crafts required plorts, which means I have to feed plorts into the refinery instead of selling them. The refinery currently contains absolutely nothing, which is expected because I have put absolutely nothing in it. We've only just begun. And of course, things that go into the refinery don't come out again. Get back in there. Get out of pink plort. He must have escaped and eaten a chicken. Whoops. He sold. Another important thing here in the preliminary is that the slime pen, which the game hasn't told you about yet, can be created on any of these plots. This plot can be pretty much anything. It can become a corral, a garden, which grows food, a chicken coop, which basically just keeps the chickens contained. They breed and produce on their own. Storage silos, the only manner of storage besides your own tanks. An incinerator, which has exotic uses later, but is mostly just item destruction for now. And a pond, which is just a water source. Surprisingly important once you get that tank upgrade, because water is a little harder to find in this game than it was in the previous one. Now that we have a slime corral, some of our slimes are getting out. See, slimes have a hidden happiness value, which you can kind of infer from their dopey expressions. The more well-fed they are, the happier they are, and the more well-behaved they are. But when they're not fed regularly, they can get upset. And when they get upset, they start to misbehave, such as vaulting the entire corral wall and getting out. Get back in there, you little scamp. That kind of behavior can be cut down with the high walls upgrade. Let's see you leap out of there now. There are other upgrades that keep them in. The music box slows the rate at which they become upset. There's an air net, which is it's hard to tell from the picture, but it's just an energy net at the very top of the pen that stops them from flying out, even from this height. But it's not perfect. If a lot of slimes get upset at the same time and begin bashing on the ceiling, they can break in. The solar shield turns the entire corral into a permanent night, which is important because phosphor slimes, specifically the ones that we saw appear during the night, vanish by daylight. The plort collector will automatically vacuum up any plorts in the plot, and the auto feeder will collect food and automatically feed food. Food feed. Feed food for it. Thereby automating some of the process of keeping these little buggers where they belong. What we're going to do now is cause some problems. Let's see. 1, 2... Let's just get a quick count. How many are you? 10. Okay. Let's change this up a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cotton. 1, 2, 3, 4. And these 4 extras can go in the ocean. And now we will proceed to optimize these guys by giving carrots to our cottons. They will produce cotton plorts. The pinks will eat them. And we'll begin to get just a corral of giant pink bunnies. Let's go ahead and turn everybody into a giant pink bunny. As long as we keep them fed, they shouldn't escape? Shouldn't. Emphasis on the should part of that. But even if they do, they're very easy to replace, so it won't matter. Just grab all the gloop poops that they leave behind and sell them. I mean, I know we need plorts downstairs in the refinery, but honestly, money is more important right now. Having the carrot. You'll notice that the moment we got access to cotton plorts, the moment we got access to cotton plorts in our own farm, the price dropped. I don't know if the game does that on purpose, but it has happened every time. Anyway, it's in our best interests now to sleep until morning because we can't do a thing about tar at night. And during daylight, there won't be any phosphors, which makes it much less likely that tar will appear. We have a new call from Mochi Miles. Also someone from the previous game, and so very full of herself that she may as well be 3 people occupying 1 space. conservative estimate. There, see? She was almost friendly. Had to head that off at the pass. There's another replicator blueprint. The refinery link specifically is another place where you can shoot plorts and they go straight into the refinery, no matter where you place the link. Now that we have plenty of slimes in the corral back home, the order of the moment is going to be collecting more food to feed them and turn into plorts. Also a good idea, feeding wild slimes and collecting their plorts. It's a bit of busy work to get off the ground in the early game, but tell me a game where that isn't true. This will also help us fill out our, well, who knows where we are at the moment. The fog of war is dense indeed. There's not even a war going on. Let's have carrots and fruits. Hi. Gordos are interesting. Gordo slimes are, I won't say unique, but extremely rare, and completely immobile. The only way you can interact with them all, at all, is by feeding them. And you have to feed them until they pop. I'm being very literal about that. And that gets them out of the damn way! Because this guy is plugging up this cave. So to accelerate this process a bit, I mean, he's a cotton gordo, his diet is vegetables, but let's have a look at our encyclopedia here and see if he has a favorite. Because favorites cost double. He likes water lettuce. I haven't seen water lettuce yet. Each slime also has a bunch of flavor data. None of this is really important mechanically, but it's fun to read. The important thing here is their dietary type and their favorite. So he wants veggies. We have carrots available and not much else. So we'll go ahead and give him all the carrots we have, which is not enough, but that will persist. Nothing is wasted. All those carrots we've given him will continue to be in his inflatable stomach for all time. We also have this thing. Hurrah! Map! And that's it. That's all it is. Extremely important. If you spot one, it must be priority. Also collect little tiny chickens. I should already open the encyclopedia entry for chickens, because if I remember right, it's funny. Resources. Chickadoo. Not as funny as I remember. Baby chickens are not eaten by slimes. Some believe this is because slimes are too kind-hearted to eat babies. Others believe it's because they're not filling. The world may never know. Meanwhile, we continue our aimless meandering, collecting all the vegetables we can see to satisfy that Gordo. And seeing if we can discover anything new. You're new. Tabby slimes, which eat meat. And then a refinery link. And another little orbit. I was so in over my head when I first started here. I remember hauling Jellystone back to the conservatory by hand because I was so excited. Breathless and sweating, I was going about everything all wrong, but I was happy. There's little time now, so I'll need these refinery links if I'm going to be efficient. This time, I'm going to do it right. And there's another map point, so I need to get there post-haste. As for these cotton ports, we'll put them in the refinery. I know I said money is important, but so is sending cotton to the refinery. There's no pressure. There's really not much to optimize here. Everything is happy and shiny and full of chickens. This is a new type of chicken. We're going to steal all these cat slimes. For reasons. And where did I leave that map point? I think it was up here. Rooster. Chicken breeding in this game is a bit strange. Roostros are universal. There is only one type of rooster, period. And it services, I suppose, every sub-breed of chicken in the game. And there's hen hens, there's stony hens, there's a lot of chickens. There's more map coverage. I'm getting rather far from home. There's not really any way to teleport back besides dying. And that costs everything in your backpack. So let's refrain from doing that. I'm not seeing any more carrots. We have had some cats and pinks cross. That's okay. Pink tabbies aren't a threat either. As long as they don't also cross with cottons or phosphors, we'll be fine. Neat little cave. We have a secret. I don't know if we've discovered a power chip or if we can now build a power chip. That's not the way we came in. And this isn't a way we can go. Chicken. That's one of the tabby ports from the cat slime. I actually can't do anything with these tabby slime at the moment, because I don't have the money to make another pen for them. Oh hey, water lettuce. This will help us feed that cotton gordo. Where did we leave him? Back southish. Now, a compass would be really nice, but I don't believe there is one. We have to keep constantly checking the map to make sure we're going the right way. Also, Gordos kind of like to hide in difficult-to-reach places from time to time, so even the map may not always be of significant help. There's also that cave, which we haven't even gone into yet. Those are the ears of the Gordo, so we know where he is now. And he can have first these lettuce, and then more carrots. Still not satisfied, but he's real big now. Can't even see the borders of the hole that he's plugging. He's clipping into the terrain. Any more carrots, or have you eaten them all? Well, there's more plorts and fruit anyway. Slimes will not eat plorts of their own type, either of their own types. So once you have a Largo that's composed of two types, that's just basically free money as long as you can keep it fed. However, these little things are magnetically attracted to plorts not of their own type. So if it's possible to form a tar, they will try. Just merely collecting pinks. Sun's going down. So getting back to the conservatory before nightfall, pretty good idea. Except I'm headed the wrong way. Our Largos in here don't seem to have escaped, but they are now very upset. You can tell by that very angry expression. So we'll give... And because they're angry, they're using their special bunny ability to jump extra high to try and escape. Fortunately, we installed those high walls. We'll just throw in enough fruit for everybody. That should tide them over. And a plort collector would be nice, so we don't have to go in there, but that's expensive. It's not like these guys are dangerous, it's just a pain in the neck to try and collect the plorts and not vacuum the slimes. Pink prices are up. Cottons are neutral. There. Now we've got some cash. So we'll get a collector in place. And now we don't have to go in there to collect the drops. Maybe we can also... Nope, can't quite afford a feed or two. That's fine. We're still on manual feeding for a little bit. That's why I brought all this fruit. Excellent. Making progress already. Now, if I remember right, we still need some cottons down here. And also money. Yep. 3 cottons, and we have enough money to get the resource harvester. So, 1, 2, 3. And we have the resource harvester. Now we can begin worrying about resource nodes, which is another thing that we'll have to worry about tank space for. Unfortunately, still have no idea how to get extra tanks, but we can increase our tank capacity with tabby ports. And we have a phone call. Busy, busy, busy. I think I'm going to want to move this corral. We have 2 plots here. And on the other side we have 4? What does this look like? My pointer is huge. Okay, we have 2 plots, then 4 plots, then 2 plots. What I usually like to do is have, obviously, a corral of slimes, and then very close by, a garden, or a chicken coop, or whatever they prefer to eat, very close at hand, so they're easy to keep fed. And I don't have to cross the entire ranch to keep them happy. But let's see who's calling us now. It's Vic again. We can now build med stations. Multiple med stations? A table? That's new. 2 tables. Chip. Okay, Vic, slow down. Wait. He didn't just give us the ability to build them. He gave them to us straight. We just have med stations and tables, I think. They're classed as decorations. Alright, now we just kind of have tables and chairs. Well, let me get this. Because I think if I'm going to have a table and chair on this ranch, I'm going to want to put it in a way that has a very good view of all the pens. Can't sit in the chair. Boo. Nice to have chairs. All it's a shame when they don't actually work. Not just Minecraft, there are so many games that allow you to build furniture and then don't allow you to use the furniture. Like, why? Why give me the ability to make a chair if I can't sit in said chair? This must be the mysterious boat with a note that we came in on. Nothing really of value in the area. I'm kind of taking a risk here, poking around at night. I'm just asking for a tar to show up and ruin my day. Ruin my night. Ruin something. But it would kind of also be nice to collect some phosphor quartz. Pretty much to sell. Here's the phosphor guys. Strict fruitarians. Also grab some of this deep brine. Now that we have the resource harvester upgrade, we can collect from these nodes. We'll just send that straight to the refinery. It's good for nothing else, it can't be sold. Q-berries! Q-berries are important for a very silly reason. I mentioned earlier that certain slimes have favorite foods. A favorite food does two things. It counts as two food when feeding when feeding a Gordo, and also, when a slime is fed its favorite, it produces two plorts rather than one. For a Largo slime that is a hybrid of two types, feeding it either of its favorites produces two plorts of both of its types. So if you can manage to keep a slime happy with its personal favorite foods, you'll have all the plorts you could ever ask for. Pink slimes don't have a favorite, but they eat everything, which means crossbreeding with pink gets you a slime that isn't picky but also has fewer preferences. Our cottons have water lettuce as a favorite, which we found a little bit of. And then tabbies are meat eaters that prefer a specific type of chicken, which is why I'm keeping those 4 stony hens in my tank. Because I intend at some point soon to make a chicken coop and ranch the stony hens, so I have a steady supply for tabby slimes. That's kind of a future problem, though, because I'm going to need a place to keep the tabby slimes, and it just spirals out of control. What was that? I just saw 2 slimes traveling at the speed of light for a single frame. Well, I guess that goes in the we don't ask these questions pile. Anyway, the reason I mentioned favorite foods is because Q-berries are the favorite food of phosphor slimes. And we have tar over there. Let's just keep exploring this area away from the tar. Not really entirely sure what I'm looking at. I should know. I've been here before, in previous playthroughs, but I just don't remember how it works. Don't jump in the ocean. The ocean kills you. Oh. What's this? A swing. There's a thing over there. I don't know if I pointed it out adequately, but let's see if we can get closer. I'm gonna sneak by all the tar. Not that way. It exploded. Not going to ask why the tar exploded. I'm just going to take that as a win and go on our merry way. I see. So that thing is at the other end of this Gordo's cave. We have to feed him to find out what that is. Which makes that a later problem. Well, I guess we just take the haul that we have home. If I I can remember which way home is. Not that way. The landscape is very nice, but it's all very samey and has few landmarks, so it can be difficult to navigate. A mini-map would be fantastic, but we simply don't have one. Prices are down across the board. Be that as it may, still have to sell. Okay. I'm gonna build a garden. And seed that garden with Q-berries. Which are not the optimal food for these guys, because I have plans. These guys are being moved. Or destroyed. One of the two. We're also going to be investing in the solar shield. What I want to do is replace these guys with cotton phosphors. And I'll feed them on Q-berries to double production, because that's the phosphor's favorite. And then we'll have basically a money-making machine. There's the solar shield. We will also need the air net, because phosphors can jump really high. Switch these over to... I wanted to switch them to slot 4. I guess they're in slot 1 now. Back out of the wild for more of the same. If we can collect more carrots, we can work on that Gordo. But other than that, we're just kind of poking around, exploring the space. Happy little rolling hills. There are no problems here. Only funny little guys. And resources. Now, I know I'm collecting pink plorts, but I think that jellystone is more valuable. We can make pink at home. Also, a roostro would be nice, but I only have 4 tanks. Oh, we've got deep brine, we've got jellystone. So if we go back this way, we can hit that free refinery link that was placed here for us. Drop these off and get them out of our inventory. Also, The Gordo, well, we'll deal with the Gordo in a minute. Nope, my carrots. You can't have them. Alright, now that we have some free space in our backpack, how are you alive? You are half phosphor in daylight. You should be vanishing. Well, I suppose he vanished. Unfortunately, we have made a tremendous mistake. Help. Help. Well, that's what happens when you fall in the ocean. Time passes, your slimes get hungry. Let's feed the boys before they get too much more unruly. And this means we lost our stony hens. That's alright, there will be more later. There's only uncommon chickens and carrots. Now, if I hadn't deposited my refinery resources first, I'd be a little more upset. But as it is, we lost nothing that can't be easily regained. And let's go ahead and nap until morning. So we don't have any more phosphorus to chase. Back we go into the wild. Recollect carrots. No, mine. Can't have them. Beat the slimes to the carrot patches. Otherwise, they will devour them. We already have more carrots than we lost. We already activated that one. Now, where'd that Gordo go? This way. We have 20 more carrots for him. Here you go. Oh, I only took one. Boom. An exploding Gordo becomes about 10 of its slime type. Maybe more, maybe less. I never really had the opportunity to count because it's an explosion of slimes. Now we can go down into the rabbit den. And also smash this pot. Hey! We got our stony hen back. One of them, anyway. So we're already in a better position than we were in before we died. And now we can get wherever this is. To the thing. And the thing is just a thing. that mysteriously and ominously says, activate. Okay. Reveal your secrets. Whoa. Well, okay then. I guess we'd better go investigate where that pillar went. Jellystone. Not to be confused with Jellystone Park. It was only a matter of time. Now that pillar has been replaced with shiny. Shiny. Uh-oh. Shiny goes to load screen. We're now in the Starlight Strand, a new zone. A new zone where we haven't discovered the map yet. It has water, which we can't collect. Circles. Hooray, circles. I keep majestically over-jumping and almost flying off cliffs. Well, it is a universe, and I don't believe it contains anyone named Steven, so I'm gonna have to go with no. It is, however, full of more cotton balls and pinks. None of the pinks are themselves diamonds, so that's something you can rest your head about. Water lettuce. Just wandering around staring at things. That's a lot more construction, and now we have little blue things. And something is very shiny sounding. It's a lucky. Lucky slimes are, if I remember right, strictly carnivorous. And they produce money every time you feed them. They also don't last very long. Anyway, now we have to deal with rock slimes. Rock slimes will eat veggies and now produce a new type of plort. So we've unlocked a new area and a new type of slime, which is semi-hostile. That roll that they do is actually kind of dangerous. whatever that is, it's just part of the terrain. Can't grab it. Whoa! Veggie and meat. Cotton Hunter Largo. This one's part hunter. It's also, as you can see from the angry expression and subtle, I guess, red lightning coming off of it, this is a feral. Ferals, well, ferals don't eat ranchers, but they are very angry all the time. You can calm them down by feeding them, but other than that, they are a slight problem. Not nearly as threatening as Tar, though. Hunters can turn invisible, which can be terrifying. Hunters also immediately become feral anytime they become a Largo. It's just a property of hunters. A brand new Hunter Largo is always feral. They enter life and choose violence. Oh boy. It's another gold. Which I tried to feed, but it vanished. That's 2 gold slimes today, which we've been able to take advantage of neither of them. That's okay. The playthrough is early yet. Just bounce carrots off of... While feeding the slimes may seem to be a simple mathematical operation of insert food, get plort, they actually have to be hungry. I have too much of my pockets to make effective use of that zone, which is a constant problem of this game. There's never enough inventory space, and that's the main challenge of it. It's just the inventory management. So what I suppose I should be doing is collecting plorts to sell, and food to feed my boys back home with. You've lost our rock hens, but there will be more. Lose the pogo fruit, collect jellystone. Oh, and there's another chest. I think they're called capsules. What's in this one? Large pink bonsai. You've unlocked another decorative object. A schmeckeration. And if these Largos won't eat, I might as well feed the ones back home. So, let's get back before anything bad happens. There's the conservatory in the distance. We're starting to see phosphors, so it really is time to go. Speaking of phosphors, we found a phosphor Gordo. Hopefully we can remember where that is, because he'll be important later. I know he's also on the map, but the map doesn't help when he's hiding underground in a cave. And we have a phone call. Oh, stop trying to escape. Just eat up. Eat carrots and be merry. Eat carrots and stay put. Now we have phosphor, rock. I don't even know yet. Haven't seen that either. That would be hunter. No idea. And no idea. These must be part of the new area that we just unlocked. There's the auto feeder. Which we will fill with our remaining carrots. Now, as long as we keep that feeder full, these guys will just produce plorts passively. Not the most valuable of plorts. Pink and cotton aren't very good on the board, but if I could get the phosphor cotton, that'd be better. Phosphor tabby would be amazing. Always looking forward to the next more lucrative slime. This guy has been eating my Q-berries. Yeet. Oh, and now that we've discovered a new area, maybe some of these new plort types we've discovered are what's necessary for upgrades downstairs. Never hurts a check. So the extra tank is rock plort and silky sand. Sweet more rocks from the blue slimes. And then the silky sand resource from, I suspect, that area, or it wouldn't be unlocked yet. Also, that's a lot of money. And apparently we can afford an energy upgrade. Nice. I don't see much point in it at the moment. All it can really do is help us sprint longer. Let me walk fast enough. Where was the water tank? Here. One more deep brine, and we can defend ourselves from tar with a water tank. And then we still need cats. Also here we have a utilities tab with the med station that Victor just gave us. Needs pinks to make. Warp points, the refinery link, requires phosphor. The yellow home portal just teleports us home. Requires more deep brine. And then we found this pink bonsai, which requires... who knows? The swing also has a mysterious component. Drift crystals, no idea what that could be. So let's see about that phone call. Someone new. Ogden. Ogden has a thing for Cucadoba fruits, which, if I remember the previous game correctly, are basically described as the Limburger cheese of produce. It's basically a shock that anyone likes them at all. And apparently it's beginning to lose its shine even for him. This is a quote to screenshot. This is something that we as humans could understand better. But now we can build a portable water tap, which just is a water source that we can place out in the wild to defend ourselves from tar better. Once we get there, anyway. Still don't have that capability just yet. Still a little stuck on the whole money problem. And also having the correct slimes for my corral. But that's okay. All things come with time. Scooping the wild plorts as they've had fun with feasting in the area. I can hear the faint rattle of a jellystone, but I can't get to it. It's gotta be underground or something. Ah, here's our friend the giant phosphor. He can have a bunch of Q berries. Those 10 count as 20, because they're his favorite. And if I remember right, they pop at 50. You've got mail. Can we say that? Is that copyrighted? Our deep brine down here. Puddle ports and angler ports, and radiant ore to make the portable spring. But now we can afford the water tank. There's all the uses of water. Angry slimes become less angry temporarily, tar slimes are destroyed, and watered gardens grow slightly faster. Allegedly. I can't actually attest to the garden growth speed. We can afford the airnet, which, with this practically fully upgraded corral, means we are ready to dump these guys out. To the sea with you, all of you. Away! Yeetus, deletus. There is a faster way to do this, but it would be very, very rude. And honestly, I'm just enjoying flinging these guys off the cliff. Bye, have a great time. Don't forget to write. Now, ignoring our phone call for now, I want some phosphors and some tabbies. Perfect. We'll need a total of 10 slimes, divided in no particular order between phosphors and tabbies. Although a collection of plorts from one of them will be just fine. Should be tabbies here. No? Not at the moment? It's the lucky again. We have no meat to feed him with. But we do have some tabbies. So this is really all we need. And there are tars out, so it's time to go. Hello. Goodbye. Because while we do have a water tank for our vac gun, we don't have any water. So I'm going the wrong way, kind of. There we go. That's the way home. Alright, Tabby Slime. 1 and 2. Get this carrot out of here. Phosphor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Get rid of the rest. Get rid of the carrots too. Get you out of here so you don't cause any problems. Now if I could find a spare chicken bopping around here, that would be ideal. I think I've gotten rid of all the stray chickens. The ranch is curiously chicken-free. Well, that's not really a problem. And we have Q-berries. Q-berries will feed the phosphors, creating double ports. These phosphor plorts can be eaten by the tabbies, creating this monstrosity. And the monstrosity accepts Q-berries and produces double tabby and double phosphor. All I have to do is keep these boys supplied with Q-berries. And we'll slow down the feeding schedule so they don't overeat. Our plort collector has to be emptied out because it only has 2 slots. And phosphor prices are actually up. Amazing. That never happens when I have the slime type in question available. So now we can sell phosphor plorts and get rich. As well, soon they'll begin producing tabby plorts. Use those for crafting. Now we can check the phone. It's Vic again. He's cracked that AI code that was mysterious and curious. Also, why does everyone have an extremely happy Game Boy? I'm pretty sure I've seen one of these on every character. Very large and very prominent. It's clearly not even their phone. The alien AI says hi. I would be more concerned than excited about that. but then this is the kind of game where nothing goes wrong. So yeah, go ahead, be happy. And back into the wilds for us. I need fruits, because there's still that Phosphor Gordo in the basement. Cube berries would be ideal, but you take what you can get. And we also need to explore that new region. Pick up some silky sand and whatever the other thing was. $20 pogo fruits should help with our friend downstairs. And there's more jellystone to be had. Nope, he's had too much. Now there are phosphor everywhere. And that pot. Boy, phosphor, tabby, cotton. This could have a tar collapse all by itself. Yep, that new slot is water. I have unlocked water, so I can actually fight off tar. In theory. We haven't actually found the water to go in it yet. Oh! Oh yeah, we unlocked the other zone a little while ago. By popping the cotton gordo. Now that O thing is something I'll have to get to. Actually, it'll solve itself if I give it a couple of seconds. I just need a slot. Which means the fruit needs to go. And now I just need this tabby to eat that chicken. Eat the chicken. He's too... Oh, oh, get the chicken. Get it! He missed. I saw him go through the whole chomp animation and everything, and he missed. Come on, get the chicken! Here, have the chicken. Crunch. Double plort, because stony hems are a tabby's favorite. We have water. Our first water in the game. Now, what is this? We have a circle with a diamond and an idol with ears. This is... I don't know what to call it, really. It's a thing. The important thing is, what type of slime does it look like, and what color are its eyes? That is exactly the answer. Now beyond the door we have more jellystone and a capsule. Tank liner upgrades the Vax tank guard. Okay, we have a new upgrade blueprint. Well, that seems to be all there is to be back here. Good. We don't have to come back. Thank you for your service. All he had to do was eat a chicken. Oh, these guys are in varying states of famished. Pretty much the angriest a slime can be is this drooling face. He is starving and very ticked off. Good thing we have that up there, because if they could break that and escape, they would be exposed to daylight and immediately die because they're part phosphor. Phosphor prices are up. Tabby, if I remember right, need to come down here. Jellystone can only go in here. Let's see what we're looking at. So we've got the resource harvester, we've got the water tank. I still want tank boosters, which require more tabby plorts. And I really need extra tanks. So we need to get into that second area and get some rock plorts and some silky sand. Also, money. But the one corral we have already is kind of a money machine. As for the tank guard... Okay, so if you die, you keep 20% of your inventory. But we don't have knowledge of... Yeah. Some of its required resources are still mysterious. Also, jetpack. Requires phosphor and radiant ore, which we haven't seen yet. And dash boots, we don't even know what goes into that. So let's get these phosphors out of here and go back to adventuring. Although, I would like these to grow faster. Sprinkler for faster crop growth. Nutrient soil for greater crop yield. There we go. More berries for our boys here to eat. And without grabbing anything, we're going straight to the second zone. Yep, it's raining. I actually don't know if that's new. I honestly can't remember if it's ever rained before, like the last time I played. It is a very happy, bouncy game. Not at all the kind of thing you'd expect me to play. But here we are, bopping around, having a good time in the split level area. Where are we again? Starlight Strand. You can see very small in the icon here that the tree in the icon is half blue, half purple. So is the whole island. It's just cut right down the middle. Blue on one side, pink on the other. The whole thing. Oop, I'll take a Rocky. Shoot. This is true. Whoa. I was gonna capture him, but then he became too large. Stop becoming large. No, do not become large. Ow. So the problem with rock slimes is that they are pointy. There's also the heartbeat here, which is a rock slime's favorite food. Whoa! Phosphor Hunter. Phosphor Hunter is feral. And we have tar. Blast the tar with water. Phosphor Hunter eats fruit and meat. I have neither, so I just need to stay out of his way. Because he's just mad. Mad for the sake of being mad. You know what? You can have a pink. Come here, you want to eat? Have a pink. He didn't want the pink. We still have tar popping up. I want this. My Radiant Ore. Okay, the tar situation is getting out of control. Very, very out of control. Fortunately, the tar have their own musical theme, so you can know when it's time to leave. We have painted hens, a new type of chicken. Also, honey slimes. Grab a honey slime just to add it to the Slimepedia. Gotta put it in the Pokedex. We have a rock float door, I think. It's blue. It's got spikes. Seems to check out. Oh, we're standing in more water, so I should refill that. Capsule. Storage cell. Upgrades the tank booster. And now we have another door, which I can't see a way to open from this side. That's fine. We're getting secrets. And we need to go. There are tar problems. Can't go that way. We can grab some buzzwax. I am now in the unenviable position of having a full inventory, no free slots, in an unfamiliar zone. So, it's just time to go home and deposit some things. This happens a lot. Only having 4 inventory slots is a problem. Oop, no, here those. Did not mean to shoot those out. Now, where is the little lock for that door? I don't think we can reach it yet, wherever it is. More water. And a capsule. Easy breeze fan. I'm going to assume that's decorative and not functional. Door. Yellow eyes with a little honeycomb on its face. We've got that. And this is the other side. So we have now unlocked a little shortcut tunnel. Honey was all this way, so maybe we can fill up our stock of honey plorts before we leave. Just kind of scavenging honey plorts from the area before the tar become a problem. Oh, I don't think we can reach that. At least I don't see a way to get up there, but now I know where the map point is. Honey eats fruit. There's no convenient fruit in the area. Just phosphor quartz. There's that, but that's inconveniently on the tree. I guess we'll just have to come back and feed them later. We have identified where the honey slimes live, which is fairly valuable knowledge in its own right. Ooh, more buzzwax up there. If we could only billy goat our way. Never underestimate my ability to break physics. Now we're behind the door. And that could be another tabby. It doesn't look like the same color. The ears are also a little off. Maybe it's a hunt. Yeah, I was thinking it might be a hunter. I think you're right there. And we've also found where the anglers live. Anglers and rocks. So, we get to go home with a lot of knowledge about how to better exploit this region. Wait, thunderstorm. Thunderstorms can happen. Also, apparently rain. Oh, rain can keep tar at bay. How nice. Because tar hate water, so if it's raining, tar just immediately die. Fantastic. They look terrified. Lightning must have hit them. Ooh. Hear that soft rumble. Flashes here and there, we've got wind. Yeah, everything about Slime Rancher is just a nice, relaxing time. Even the worst of the weather. We should go home and make sure our... Crack! That's a lovely bolt. Always loved this kind of weather, personally. And you can see the the raindrops on the camera, just splashing directly into your eyes. These guys are having a very bad time. I didn't see that. I'll have to go back out and check. Just picking berries. Have some to tide you guys over. Stock up their vending machine. Oh, I see. That is a very nice effect. I wasn't paying attention. Now somebody's on the phone. They can wait. Give me just a moment here. I want to put my chat window on the other side of the screen. There we go. Another call from Vic. Vic can be a little obsessive. And then he found Amazon. Vic, I think you have failed. I have no need of a large pinwheel. Anyway, we rush back to the new zone. Do some more exploitation. 4 hours of homework? Where are you getting homework from? How is charcoal to work with? Eat the bunny. Now, we have fruits and veggies, specifically to take them to the new zone, and trade them so to speak, with the locals for plorts. Now, wait. Lore bit. The Prisma waves seem to affect each area of the island differently, expressing a full spectrum of color in some places, but alternating between or splitting the spectrum in others. And they actively change, sometimes quickly and constantly, others more slowly. In my first year here, every season looked different to me. It was lovely while it lasted. Pink phosphor. Going this way? Yes, honey. Honey, eat fruit. And actually, if all these honey slimes keep eating cotton plorts, then I can also feed them veggies. And get more honey that way. Now wind is happening? Anything that isn't rooted to the ground can find itself going wherever. Okay, new weather effect. Somebody catch the carrots over there. Come on, there's enough of you. I guess they're all full. Oh, another door. Is there a keystone? I don't see one. there is a little teeny path down here. Aha, there's that silky sand. The path toward another inventory slot continues. Angler slimes, which eat meat and prefer sea hens. Honey slimes prefer mint mangoes, which we haven't seen yet. Rock slimes and the heartbeats. Largos. And the luckies, which eat meat and just produce coins. Phosphors and their Q-berries, which is why we have a Q-berry plantation next to our phosphor tabbies. Oh, hello. Just dropped down right in front of me. Don't mind me, just looking around. I could grab some angler quartz. There certainly seem to be enough of them here. More silky sand. And another door. Also with no nearby... I'm just going to call them sockets, which I will promptly forget and call them something else later. Angler Phosphor is angry. Nothing. This is the sea hen. Looks like a little seagull. I just remembered what they're really called, and it's kind of dumb. They're known as plort doors, which is really on the nose, but at the same time feels very uninspired. I am not too big to admit that I am completely lost. Completely lost and carrying a lot of... Actually, we are no longer lost. Now we can top up our honey plorts and use this opportunity to leave before the phosphors become tar. Is that an egg? No. It was an egg at one time in the past. Nope. Okay, so the crackle of electricity at our feet is the warning that a lightning bolt is coming. But it's not currently storming. So I don't know why it's choosing to tell us about that now. Maybe it is storming now. That's thunder anyway. There's the lightning, way off in the distance. The thunder also sounds rather close by, so there could be some close strikes. Nope. We have a tower event. Means it's time to go. Really filled up on plorts, presumably valuable. Though whether for sale or for crafting remains to be seen. These guys don't eat veggies. Those carrots can go. We'll add our Q-berry crop. And look at that, we're up to 33 and 30 on these plort types. Let's see which of these is needed downstairs. Dash boots, no idea. I need at least 10 phosphor for the backpack, for the jetpack. 7 tabby for the booster. And I've got enough rock, but I need more silky sand for the extra tank. So we're going back to the new area to collect more sand. But first we're depositing tabby and depositing phosphor. Oh. The fan is a utility, not a decoration. But why? Well, we don't know yet, because we don't know what makes it. I guess the rest of these are just for sale. For now, anyway. those tabby plorts, we can buy a tank booster. The next tank booster is going to require anglers and radiant and more tabby plorts and just a bunch of nonsense. Did that include phosphor? No. Do we need phosphor? Yeah, well, not anymore. Need more radiant ore. So between the radiant ore and the angler plorts, we're still going back to that other zone. And the silky sand. Just a lot that we need over there. How do I have no pinks? I have no pinks in the refinery. And that's what it takes to increase health. As for cotton, well, I don't really care yet. We're still having that nice rumbly storm overhead. And we're happily indoors. Let's see. Angler. Angler pink, maybe? Ooh, flutter. I haven't seen flutter yet. I also need hunter. Just trying to plot out what to put in my next cage. Over here, though, we want a silo. And a coop. All the coop upgrades are kind of expensive, though high walls isn't. That's high walls for a chicken coop. Equal to an unupgraded... Why is the music different? And energetic. Is there something I should be paying attention to? Is there a tar in the base somewhere? Because this is very panicked music for nothing going on. I can only conclude that nothing is actually happening. That crazy music for no good reason. some pinks to put in our refinery, because for some reason we don't have any. Oh, lightning coming. That's what it looks like. Wow. And there's another one coming at the same point. Wow, that looks good. And it creates lightning motes. Well, what do I do with these? They go in the refinery. Nice. It was an amazing looking lightning strike. I mean, simple, sure, but visually very striking. I don't know, what's this? Pollen. Pollen clouds are a precursor to more aggressive forms of plant life. Yeah, as brilliant white flashes go, that was still really cute. Oh, there's a tar over here. A few tar. We may yet find out what the whole pollen thing is about, but at the moment I don't see much cause for alarm. It just puts a bunch of floaty yellow dots in our vision. Things are a bit more placid over here, with just rain going on. But also chickens being eaten. It's a hunter. Have a chicken. Toss that fruit. Keep the... Wait, cotton? No. Hunter. Boy, look at all these pink rocks. 4 roosters is a really good find. They're supposed to be uncommon to rare. But 4 roosters in a single trip is pretty incredible. Tar briefly happened, but they died in the rain. Oh, hi. Angry pink rock. Painted hen. Cotton honey. Did you? You did. I can't hit it with any more chickens. Good eye. It's a little bit more money for us. Angry pink rocks. This area is still just overrun with pink honey. Anglers. 2 more roosters. Wow. Anglers eat meat. And pinks eat everything, so that works out in our favor. A lot of anglers in this area. Although, now if we find silky sand, we don't have room for it. Well, I guess the carrots could go. This is fine. Angry angler rocks will eat veggies. And they will stop being angry. Yep, I did see the pot, but I don't have the inventory space to really grab anything that could be in it. Besides the pure money, I guess. There it is. Yep. 3 chickens, one of which is a little bit exotic. But there was the money, so I guess turning it down was a dumb idea. Glad we went back for it, thank you. Anything else down here? Or angry angler rocks? Things are turning into tar, but they're immediately dying in the rain. Oh. And there's what I was afraid of. Well, let's get rid of these carrots. Because this is much more important. I think we're kind of at a dead end. We have lots of angler floats. Is this that behind it? I guess it is. I think this is... yeah. So here's where we spend the hunter fort. And now we can leave. But now we also have a free slot. What to do with it? Oh, that'll do. Radiant ore. And this pot has veggies. Full up on angler ports, a couple of science resources, and some roosters to eventually put into the coop. This has been a very valuable trip. We're just taking cottons and pinks since we're in the area. Vine tangle. A strange phenomenon occurs when pollen is everywhere. Plant life grows, spreads creeping vines. They blossom into fruits and veggies, and make for a great hunting ground for the wild tangle slimes that sometimes appear. Okay, so I guess we're on the lookout for a new type of slime. That would be it. No. They eat painted hens. So we've discovered a new rare slime type that only appears in this weather condition. Very interesting. There's another one. And here's the vines that they grow. They're just kind of everywhere. Clustered all over stuff. And we've got another phone call. I'm trying to go home already. There we go. Our boys in here are still happy. Still have plenty of Q-berries to keep them over. Roostros go in the silo. We'll deal with them later. I would put them in the pen, but the thing is, chickens, especially roostros, grow old. And when they become elderly, they're less valuable. And stop breeding. Now, do we need angler or cotton torch? Because I have a supply of both. Pink. Cotton. Unknown. More radiant ore. I do need angler. And more sand. Top off our boys on food. The tree has produced plenty of Q-berries for us. Boing. Now we have lots of these to sell. Whoops. Nope, I need these guys. Scrolled the mouse wheel slightly too far. $64 these tangle plorts are worth. And angler 38. So if we can combine tangle with angler, maybe. I think that would be a meat eater, which would be very inconvenient. So, we want to get these tangle slimes in a pen, and then I want to cross them with something that isn't a meat eater, because meat is troublesome. Hens are kind of a pain to ranch. We haven't seen mint mangoes yet, but fruit would at least be easier. I could cross it with rock. Angler's also a meat eater, so angler's out. Maybe cotton? No, I'm thinking either honey or rock. And between the two, probably rock. So we'll make a tangle rock. Just a nice tangle rock pen over here. So this will be a corral. This will be a garden. We'll buy high walls just for safety, though I don't think tangle rocks need them. Put a collector in, put a feeder in, and there you go. You two stay in there for now. And who's on the phone? Not Victor for once. We have Mochi, and then we have Thora. Mochi is concerned about the lower bit research drones. More alien theories. Don't be scared, it's probably just aliens. Giant, three-headed aliens with huge claws that are looking for humans to capture, or eat, or both. Yeah, I don't think she knows what genre this game is. And then Thora. Very heavy on the metaphor here. I like the cuberry trees in the background. And I think this is a water lettuce field. Funny to recognize the crops even at that low resolution. A taming bell. It just spontaneously calms ferals. But we're missing an ingredient. Anyway, back to the new zone again. Need to collect some some rock slimes or angler slimes for further crossbreeding fun. And we still need other science resources. Speaking of science resources, now we are here for anglers and rocks and science. I would just grab angler rocks if it was possible, but it's kind of not. Oh, lightning happening. Boom. I am glad it makes such a very obvious sound, too. That quickly ramping crackle. Now we have a slime fall weather. Slime rain. We're in Terraria now. Pinks falling from the sky. Alright, now I've got all the slimes that I need. Now I just need to find some heartbeats. Those are carrots. Heartbeats will likely be in rock slime territory. Which I kind of thought this was, but it's also kind of not. Got a pot. 2 normal chickens and no third thing. Oh, 3 normal chickens. No, not the ocean, not the ocean. How did that happen? Also, I got really distracted with the anglers. I was there for just rocks. So maybe a reset is just what we needed. I just intended to hop onto the rock wall that separated us from the ocean, not sail gracefully over it. So, back to the strand we go, as though nothing bad happened. Right back through the door to where we were. There are a lot of anglers here. What happened to all the rocks? Terrified slime statue partially concealing a tunnel. There's an angry angler lock. And it's telling us about ferals. But there's nothing back here. Just the one feral and nothing else. What a pointless tunnel. Aha, more silky sand. 2 nodes of it. Excellent. That'll help us out. I hear the rattling of a valuable stone. There it is. But first, capsule. Trellis arch. Which is in the decoration section. After that fan, I have to keep checking. Who knows what's a decoration and what's actually valuable? Now our last slot here is going to have to be for either a rock slime, or rock plorts. Definitely rock slimes, though. Like 8 of them. What a mess it is down there. I could go back and drop off what I have. Maybe I should. Gun completely full of science stuff. I won't get very much done if I don't have any free space. And this will save me from diving in the ocean again. Well, it won't save me from doing that specifically, but it'll save me from losing anything in the process. And I lost all my water in the ocean. So now we have more water too. The trip back helped us in a lot of ways. Okay, this path doesn't go anywhere. Fascinating. Mission is, aha, rock slimes. And heartbeats. They are our targets. Unfortunately, it looks like most of the slimes have already mutated. And we're experiencing tar problems. Big tar problems. They're converting to tar faster than I can take them out. Alright, all the tar seem to be down. I'm no closer to my actual goal. An untainted rock slime. Don't mind if I do. As for the heartbeat objective, I was sure there was a heartbeat patch, like right here, but they've clearly devoured them all. So I guess I'll settle for Radiant Ore. Oh, and this is wild honey. Well, I don't really need the rock plorts per se. Now our inventory's full of crap. And there are still no heartbeats in the area, and even if there were, I have no space for them. So, out through the tunnel we go. trace amounts of 3 science resources. And some rock slimes to deliver. Our guys here are kind of bunched up on the wall, staring at the berry crop. But they have plenty of food in the dispenser, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe we need to turn up the food. These guys need some veggies to really get them going. And I need a few more rocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total? Yeah, 5 rocks. Plus 2 vine. Means I need 3 more rocks. Or 3 more vines if they present themselves. But also, even without heartbeats specifically, we can feed them some carrots to get this process started. Okay, so the plan is still 3 more rock slimes. And maybe I could expand my holdings with another type of slime. But we'll worry about that later. Right now it's still 3 more rock slimes and the heartbeat. Plenty of carrots around. I remember going through the tunnel on my way back. So the rock area must have been through here. Carrots, Q-berries. Oh, a Hunter Gordo. Well, I'll have to find some chickens for him. Also this thing. Two. Still no heartbeats in the suspected heartbeat patch. What if I water it? There are definitely heartbeats somewhere around this area. Not a clue where they are now, though. But camping out to wait until they reappear is not really a good use of time. Instead, I'm just going to carry this statue around forever. Or at least until nightfall. I plan to, but I can't take the statue back through the teleporter because it's just an object. But I have to. That is a mint mango. Honey slimes love those. I'm gonna have to turn that into a garden. But yes, I'm waiting on nightfall because this smug-looking statue is actually a ringtail slime. They just do this during daylight. Pretty much. Finding plenty of silky sand, though, while I cart his dumb self around. Though if I do happen to trip over a heartbeat at this rate, I don't know what I'll get rid of for it. If anything. Also, I have no idea where I am anymore. Just going in strange circles. Got pinks and anglers over here. Merrily eating sea hens, the angler's favorite. This leads up toward the way out. The way home, anyway. I kind of wonder if I can fool this thing by taking it underground into a cave, but I'm also kind of doubting it. I'm pretty sure it's specifically moonlight that breaks the statue form. But mostly I just want the vacuum noise to stop. We're in a cave now. Ooh, it works! Haha! Ringtail slime because I took it into a cave. I did not know that would happen. Well, we are no closer to having a heartbeat, but we have managed to find a couple of other extremely rare resources that will help us later. And there's a phone call waiting for us when we pull in. So first thing, rock slimes into this pen to top off the rock and vine situation. We still can't feed them. Not really. This is going to be another slime pen. Which will contain the ringtail. That's fine. You go ahead and be a statue. And I'm going to cross it with honey. So I want this to be a garden. And we'll add the mint mango that the honey slime likes so much. Collector and a feeder in there. Solar Shield is coming, so he stops petrifying himself. But for now, he'll just sit there and be fine. Now, what do the ringtails like? I suspect they're meat-eaters. No, they're omnivores that don't have a favorite. So I need to get some honey slimes to pack in with him, and we still need that heartbeat. For now, we have a call from Victor. He was having fun with his AI friend. That's all we get from Victor. He's making guesses about the mind of the AI. Oh, please. This isn't that kind of game at all. He'll probably fall in love with it, and then it'll become another character. Yeah, like, what was that? Plankton's wife? That's what I thought. Okay, still need the heartbeat. And we need to collect 9 honey samples. just because I like having 10 to a pen. Untainted honey slimes that are not yet giant cotton monstrosities. So honestly, if the Tara would just eat everything so the regular honey slimes can respawn, that would work. No, no, no. Get back there and get murdered. We're gonna feed the tar. Yes, they do, which is also good for us, because it keeps their numbers down. And they keep eating the Largos at the tar. Here, eat it. Feeding slimes to tar is probably a new level of animal cruelty. There you go. Last one. Get him. You didn't get him. You let him live. Ooh. Yoki slime. Now, when are they supposed to respawn and wipe away evidence of my enabling their murder? Aha! And while I'm here, I can collect this honey. Oh, and there's a honey Gordo up there. How are we supposed to reach it? I suspect I may need the backpack, or the jetpack to get up there. But right now, the honey slimes don't seem to be respawning. Instead we have cotton honey largos. And a pot that definitely wasn't here the last 3 times we came this way. More silky sand? I don't think so. The stuff we're carrying is more valuable than silky sand. Though maybe the honey plorts aren't as valuable as silky sand. But I have too many of them to just carelessly throw them away. Well, I guess we have to go. What's with the Yolky slime? No diet, no favorite. They need to be ranched with chickens. Okay, so I don't even have to make a new corral for this thing. Though I do need some regular chickens to go with my roosters. A bunch of roostro, but no lesser chickens to go with them. And we still don't have a heartbeat. I begin to imagine that I'll be saying that a lot. We keep going to that region to find a heartbeat, and we keep being disappointed. But all the stuff we do keep bringing back is at least as good. Alright, our ringtail gets some honey friends. Or not. No, really, get in there. And then a honey plort for the ringtail. Making him a honey ringtail. As a honey ringtail, he would be a great fan of mint mangoes. I still need the heartbeats to feed these things, and they are getting pissed in the meantime. What was the other food? What did the vine slime eat? Painted hens. I guess if I could bring painted hens back instead, then I could get the chicken coop running, get the Yolky slime running, and still have something to feed them. In the meantime, our economy is taking off pretty well, just gaining momentum. As we continue our conquest of the new area. Yeet! Out of my way. The quest for the heartbeat continues. Carrots, pogo fruit. We found rock territory. Aha! Nascent heartbeats. They just need to grow. They just need to grow faster. Also, all these lumpy pink rocks can go play in the ocean. Oh, spontaneous tar? And we got our heartbeats. Time to go. Mission accomplished. And we got some science stuff. This isn't the correct way. Or maybe it was? No, it definitely was. Second guessed myself and got lost. On the home island, no less. There we go. Home at last. Get these heartbeats planted. extra rocks, and don't know why. Because I think I have all the rocks I need here. Deposit the science stuff down below. Ringtail honey largo will eat anything. In that case, I happen to have a surplus of Q-berries, which I can't withdraw. Anything else edible in the area? I could always go grab some carrots. If they weren't all eaten. Oh, one carrot. That's enough. Ringtail and honey. Rock. Don't have any of those yet. Still waiting on those. All the phosphor and tabby you could want. What do we need next for upgrades? Oh, we can buy the health module. Need more pinks, more deep brine, and to find a heart cell. That's going to be in a capsule somewhere. Don't have the money to afford the power core. Still don't know what goes into dash boots. Ooh. If we had money, we could afford the jetpack. If we had money, we could afford the tank booster. And if we had money, we could afford the extra tank. So we need to start selling plorts. Sell, sell, sell. which kind of means waiting on our crops, but also at the same time doesn't. What? How did you get here? I see what happened. So we have a problem. When Tangle slimes get upset, they like to extend vines out through the ground, past the boundaries of the cage, and steal things to eat. They can do this with plorts. And so my other Tangle Rock slime stole a honey plort, ate it, and became a tar. So what needs to happen is I need to make money as quickly as possible so I can move this cage farther away from these jerks. And not feed them until that happens. But I do need to feed the rock tangles, so they will calm the heck down. Rock tangles. I made square slimes. But only linguistically. Okay, this is going to be very expensive. We're going to need more money. First, we're going to store a heartbeat and store a mint mango so I don't lose them. And the rest of these mangoes can go over there for now. basically I need to completely rearrange these 1, 2, 3 pens. Because this pen needs to be over here and fully upgraded. The beets need to go where they are, so the Tangle guys can steal the beets and eat them. And that means the mint mangoes need to be here. And I'm not going to do that with 1,300 bucks. But the good news is our ability to make money is really up there. It's also getting close to time for us to unlock another one of the side areas off of the main base, because I am out of plots. I have nowhere else to build corrals and things. All the slots are taken. Look what we found. There's a heart cell. So now when we have the rest of the materials, it will be possible to upgrade our health even further. Here's a deep brine that some craft was asking for. And a pond. With nothing of value. Wait, Stony Hen is kind of value. Wait, no. Tabbies like Stony Hens. And our tabbies are mixed with something that doesn't need Stony Hens. Where do we put home? This way? Yep, there's where we parked our house. Got another phone call. Not really interested in checking it right away, though. Heck, we have the mint mango in storage, so we can go ahead and try to make this switch, especially since it's night. So we destroy the mango plot. Replace it with a corral that is, solar shield can wait. It has to have high walls and an air net. The rest can wait. We'll transfer everyone over. How did you get out? Oh, they're flying and bouncing off the top. That's not allowed. That's not allowed at all. This pen needs an air net. Like now. These guys need to stop escaping. There's your heartbeat. Why is there a phosphor slime here? It's like this move is trying to cause a collapse. Well, now that you guys are safely in here, you can have some mint mangoes. What? What's that noise? Oh, someone must have found the plort after I fed them the heartbeat. Now this has to be broken down. I have anything in... Nope. This can just be destroyed. Demolish. Make it a garden. The garden is for heartbeats. And we're out of money. Right, money get. This has to be the mint mango plot, but there's no way to just remove the crop from here. I have to destroy it and rebuild it completely. Actually, I didn't know this was possible. This is new. You used to have to destroy the field entirely and then rebuild it from scratch. So there we go. No more heartbeats. Growing mint mangoes. These guys have a collector and a puddle feeder. Give them their precious mangoes. And the next time we have money, we will upgrade the farm plots again. Move complete. Now our rock tangles can stop breaking out. Water the crops, though I've never seen that actually do anything. And while all that processes, who's on the phone? It's Mochi. I actually don't see one of those weird Game Boy things on her. I know it's not just Victor, because I saw Ogden had one too, which is what tipped me off, but I guess Mochi doesn't have one. And Mochi is giving us a market link. Like the fabricator link, the market link is a teleporter where we can throw things into it, and it automatically sells them wherever we are. Of course, you have to build it first. Anyway, the important thing right now is to get back in the field, cause more trouble. We're getting more plorts to sell and continue earning cash. So that is our limiting factor right now. With money, we can finish upgrading those farms that we had to shift around. And then actually build all the upgrades that we have all the materials for. With those upgrades, we'll finally be able to reach new horizons. In the meantime, here's a cat carrying lettuce. We don't ask questions. There was also that hunter largo, and we saw a honey largo from a distance. Sorry, Gordo. Hunter Gordo and Honey Gordo from a distance. I always get those two confused, even though they're science categories. Makes that kind of difficult to justify. I mean, the Largos are just large, whereas the Gordos are whoa. There's really no other way to put it but whoa. A sea hen. Well, if I start breeding sea hens, then I'll have a way to feed anglers, and I can combine the anglers with something. So that might get us somewhere. I also need more honey, I believe. Because my honey ringtail set is incomplete. I don't have 10. Can I find any more sea hens? No, but there's silky sand, and I kind of want it. But I can't really afford to lose anything I currently have. Judging by all these anglers, there should be more sea hens in this area. But all I see is regular chickens. And more silky sand. Also, I heard a mineral deposit with its faint little jingle, but I'm not seeing it. That's a lucky. I don't want to get rid of my one. That's 2 luckies. There are 2 luckies, and I have 1 chicken. That's just... the game is being cruel. Absolutely cruel. That's a baby sea hen. Can't do much with that. Well, I guess it's best to go back home with what we have, since I don't see much room to collect anything more at the moment. Oh, sea hens. More full-size sea hens. Radiator. And maybe there are sea hens around here? If not, we can just leave, since this is right behind the teleporter. Aha! Sea hens. Perfect. More than perfect. This is actually kind of incredible. Plenty of them. Alright, another very successful raid of the new zone. I should probably stop calling it New Zone and refer to it by name, but frankly I've forgotten. Tar in broad daylight? What a day. Hopefully everything is still fine back at the conservatory. Yeah, looks legit. These guys have all petrified, which means they are not a problem. And And these ones, well, they're just chilling. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. We have 5 more to supplement the population with. You guys can have your heartbeats. And we'll get some chickens rolling. Now it's just all about that money. Upgrade the beets first, because these are the more dangerous of our 2 slimes. Mangoes can be next. And these guys also need a solar shield, but not particularly badly. It would just be nice to have. I could maybe cram some more phosphor tabbies in here, but 10 is a pretty stable population. Just trying to think of ways to earn money faster. And maybe I should just not. Better to play it safe than risk a farm collapse. Already have a giant egg. That's our Yolky Plort going to work. Or, our Yolky Slime, enhancing the chickenation. It only happened once, but it only has to happen once. A Tar collapse is a hell of an event. Alright, now these guys can have their solar shield. That'll poof them all out of statue form. Ringtails. Ringtails are assholes. Yes, they'll eat anything, but the problem is they won't stop. Most slimes, once they eat, will cease to be hungry and won't eat anything else. Ringtails, specifically, once they eat, will go into a state. You'll see their eyes shift back and forth like they're being sneaky. And in that state, they will eat whatever you throw at them. They're bottomless, but they won't produce plorts. They'll just devour all your food. And yes, the state is the official name for it. The next time I go back to the ringtail honey plant pen, I'll point out the effect. Right now, though, there's really not much I can do besides wander around what part of my domain I have unlocked. Maybe collect some various chickens. I guess all this could be good to sell and such. But, mainly what I'm doing is waiting for things back home to process so I can harvest those and sell them off. Then there's these. Save the chicken. This is weirdly stripy. What's going on here? Oh, we've been in there. Any more sea hens or angler ports in the area? We have pink, angler, and rock, all in the same area, which is a tar collapse waiting to happen. And you are an angry one. Goodbye. And I just can't get over there. I want the map data, but I cannot reach. It's just up there on a spur. If I try to grab it, I'm going straight into the drink. The fireflies are really nice, though. Pretty sure they're basically just particles, but they look really cool. You know, now that I think about it, there is an even faster way to progress our farm. And it's been staring us in the face since the beginning of the stream. I could just go home and have a nap. We need this jetpack. Jetpack is a really big upgrade. Next up is going to be that extra tank. These guys have plenty of berries. The mangoes are ripe. The heartbeats are ripe. Let's feed our squishy boyos. Then have a nap, and then fire the missiles. More mangoes are ready, more heartbeats are not. Alright, I see this guy in the front who's just starving, bouncing. We give him a mango. We give them all mangoes, since they're so clustered together. They become happy. Keep feeding them, and now his eyes do that. And he fades into the background. Trying to show it, and they just retreat and make it impossible to see. You can see how this one's all shifty-eyed now. If I give him food, he will eat eat and eat and give me nothing for it. So for that reason, it's usually better to feed ringtails manually. Very much shifty eyes. They're little rascals. If they look happy or if they look famished, then they're safe to feed, but if they are shifty-eyed, don't feed them. They are lying. But I just got over 50 plorts out of them. So who's smarter now? The rock tangles are my real big... He really does! Yep, ringtails definitely need that tag. They are basically cats. Very, very shifty cats. Except the actual cats are in this pen. But we get it. Fair enough. Yeah, ringtails have been like that since the previous game. I think they were in the previous game. Maybe my brain is making things up. But we certainly have money now. And this is all as upgraded as it needs to be. This is completely upgraded. This one can maybe use the music box, so they're a little less crazy in there. That'll make them get mad more slowly, so if I forget anything, it'll take longer for them to start reaching beyond their boundaries and eating things they shouldn't. Everyone else is content and contained. So we need upgrades, and we also need to start unlocking sub-areas. Not immediately, but it's on the radar. We can get our extra tank. Finally. One more inventory slot. We need one radiant ore for the next tank booster. Still don't know what goes into the dash boots. And it's wise now to upgrade the power core because the jetpack uses it. Now, I guess we could afford a refinery link, but I don't see the point. It's not often use. I've never really had much use on for them. And the yellow home portal would be nice, but you only get one of them, and it only goes home. So it's better to hold off on that until you're truly somewhere that's just inconvenient to walk home from. And this is a big map. I still don't know what the actual extent of the map is, but it's a big map. So now that we have the jetpack, I guess we can poke around in this area? I don't think we've been up here. Maybe we have, I don't recall. And we can definitely get our map opened up. We'll finally be able to get the map points that are in here. But first, let's see who's on the phone. It's Victor. Victor is very demanding today. One person's trash is another person's hastily issued gift. Thanks, Vic. He gave me a smaller pinwheel. Now we can majestically jetpack float. And find things like this. A hydro turret. Automatically destroys tar. A completely pointless cave. A perhaps less pointless cave, full of angry. It's mysterious. And leads to chickens and cats and bunnies. And 2 pots. Full of rooster. And I'll take a stony hen. I'll take 2 stony hens. Also, that's a phosphor. He'll be vanishing soon. More brine. As we just... That is probably true. Now that we're much more mobile, we can be a bit less paranoid around the ocean borders. We just zip and float to wherever we want to be. Although going vertically is still a pain. Okay, there's a capsule all the way up here. We found a boombox, which is decorative. boombox blueprint. Another pot. If there was a tabby and a chicken, why didn't that happen earlier? How do you fit a tabby slime and a hen in the same pot and not have one eat the other? There are a lot of pots here. That's not a capsule. This one has a bench. We climb on the rocks because we completely disrespect the level geometry. I have a jetpack. I can do what I want. That is what that means. That is my pilot's license. Is that a capsule? I don't think we can reach it from here. But maybe if I flutter and float around a bit, I can manage. We have angry bunnies. Terrifying. But yes, it was indeed a capsule. Small boulder, larger than a pebble, smaller than a boulder. That kind of invokes the Americans will measure using anything but the metric system meme. You know, it's a large boulder the size of a small boulder. Shoot. Shoot, and shoot, and shoot. And shoot! Everybody goes into the ocean. Yeah, I think it's a bit too distant to be the activator. Oh. We have a Gordo. How long have you been here? Where even is here? I don't think we've ever been here before. There's just a pink Gordo sitting there. Have we just never been that way? Oh, but we do have an activator, and Lucky. Missed the Lucky. Alright. Oh, and that's what the activator activates. How do we get here anyway? Oh, right, we can reach the Honey Gordo now. Honey Gordo now. Also activating another whole new area. So that'll be something else to look forward to. Have a chicken. Have another chicken. And a... Oh, he's gone. Lots of jellystone here. Another capsule. Overjoyed statue. There's a lot of tar going on. Shoot. I'm busy. Nothing back here. More phone call. And our chicken situation is getting out of control. I'll have to deal with that momentarily. First, we put some things away. Then we will address the chicken explosion. Oh, and we want to do eggs. With yolky ports. Anyway. We have an old chicken and too many young roosters and too many regular sea hens. I'll just grab a whole bunch of the sea hens, put them in storage. As for the elder, he is food. You guys will eat the chicken. enough Q berries, so I can take these for my own purposes. My own sinister purposes. And we can upgrade the coop. We'll get an Elder Scooper. A Vitamizer. Let's just do everything. Just have everything. Our chicken population will get out of control even faster. Our 3 corrals are basically happy as can be. So, who's on the phone? It's Victor, and Mochi, and Thora. Victor has another hastily issued gift. And he's afraid of the spontaneity. What? We now have a second home portal option. Not that I built the first one. This is where things start getting a little spooky. The lore bots are hers, not just similar. She thinks they're actually hers. But also not? So Mochi is concerned that the drones we've been finding are not just hers, similar to hers, but like actually one of her future designs that shouldn't be possible. And she's thinking of a way to prove that they actually are hers. We'll hear more on that later. Pearls of Wisdom from Thora. Right now, though, we have Gordos to feed. Altogether, too many of them. Especially since one of them is a meat eater. Those are always difficult. Hello, Tar. Don't mind me, just passing through. Yeah, we just never went this way. Kept going to the cave, but never went past it. Anyway, big pink Gordo. Big pink Gordo has had enough and exploded. Leaving us with a vent that, I guess shoots us up here where we've already been with jetpack power. That's how I was supposed to get here and activate that. But we cheated. Or rather, exploited? Or just used the movement tools that we had available to us. Sequence breaking. That's what it's called. We just skipped the whole Pink Gordo thing and went on without him. Well, with the Pink Gordo dealt with, now we need more fruit for the honey one, and more meat for the hunter one. Which means we don't eat any of those carrots. I don't know what that was. Just a vanishing sparkle. Now we're back here in the fog where we haven't discovered much of anything. Now we should be able to reach the map pickup. But I don't remember where it was. this is the place with the hole and the unknown plort door. Wherever the unlock for it is. Hello, hunters. I still need a corral of hunters. And that... we just watched a chicken jump off the cliff. I was trying to collect that chicken, and it just jumped into the sea. Aha! Hunter port. Not carrying any of those at the moment. But there are hunters down below. Or there used to be. Eat my chickens. There we go. Give me that hunter port. That opens this. And we get whatever's in here. Novice Gordo Snare. Well, wherever we're headed now, this is a new zone, and it's not where I want to be. But it's certainly something. Pretty sure I hear the shimmery shine of a resource deposit of some kind. That's another capsule. And we have another Gordo. We can now build blue trees. I remember this one. This one is frustrating. I didn't wait for my jetpack to regenerate. So what we have here is a Flutter Gordo. Its diet is nectar. That is not fruit, not vegetable, not meat. It only accepts nectar. Which, as far as I'm aware, can't be farmed and pretty much only appears in these pods at midnight. Yeah. And it's a Gordo, so it takes like 25 of them to pop. Also, there's this giant crack here. Who knows what that is? I never figured it out. We have another ringtail. Don't need him. We have a Penfolia. Finally, we get some map data. That's not a lot of map data. It's just a very narrow slice, surrounded on both sides by fog. So while we do have map data, none of it's useful. Here's the Flutter Slime. And we can fall down here. But I don't remember why we want to do that. Oh, because there's this in here. Another capsule. This one contains a spring pad. We now have bounce pads. Or at least, we can build bounce pads. Also, puddle slimes. So while I would love to collect some puddle slimes and some of these flutter slimes, I don't have anywhere to put them. We'll need to unlock more room at home first. That's just a hole to death, it looks like. Might not be, but the finding out would be catastrophic, and I have too much valuable stuff in my inventory to blithely check. More. Oh. And here we have a ringtail Gordo. At least ringtails are omnivores, but unfortunately he's only active at night. We still want to get to that honey Gordo. That's why I'm packing so much fruit. Moondew nectar. If only I could take it. Instead, the butterfly is gonna get it. I suppose I could feed him instead. That wasn't enough. Well, now we are not feeding the honey Gordo because we just gave up all our fruits. But I can grab some Moondews and maybe make some progress on the Flutter Gordo. The Moondew Nectar thing is such a huge undertaking that any progress, whenever possible, is a good idea. Also, this music track is nice. A little bouncy, a little mischievous. I like it. I guess it's nice because the Tangle Slimes are out. Which I don't need Tangle Slimes. Also, there's a whole something going on down there. Who knows what that's about? Well, let's go see. We have a plort door for Rocky. And I don't have any Rocky. Nor have I seen a Rocky slime in a good while. Would you grab some silky sand? Lots of silky sand, apparently. I have never had this much silky sand in my inventory before. And we got some Rockies, which means we can get a Rocky plort and go back and open that door. Who's down here? Boop. Now we're just in a cave with some rocks and painted hens. Actually, painted hen. What is this cave? I can do a lot of bouncing and clambering around, but I don't see a lot of point. Well, there's point to it. It's got secrets. We can now make these mushrooms. Hoorah! And this looks like a collapsed tunnel. Interesting. Not useful, but interesting. This is another exit. Hunter. There were a bunch of hunters just a second ago. We take the hunter plort and try and get the heck out of here. Opening this door. And now we're just in more tunnel. Another capsule. This one has a dainty teacup. And we're behind the Hunter Gordon. He is now in our way. Help. Get out of the way, you fat nonsense. Well, maybe now we don't have to feed the hunter Gordo. We're going to anyway, but we don't necessarily have to, since we've managed to completely circumvent it. Must be raining slime again. And we have another capsule. This was a power chip, which will allow us to upgrade our stamina even after we revert. Really though, I'm just very, very lost. We were supposed to find the honey gorder. What we've done is gone pretty much everywhere else. Okay, there are ribbon streamers. Why are there ribbon streamers? There's a pinwheel. Cheerful statue with 2 pinwheels. Where am I? On a forgotten coastal area that there's no way out of except to backtrack. Well, we got ourselves lost deep. Oh, where's this go? More ore and another capsule. Stunt cannon. Never get in it yourself. Alright, another new capsule found. Finding plenty of those, but what I'm looking for is the way home. As nice as it is to have all this random loot, I just want to leave. I have so much ore and sand to drop off. And also all these chickens. There's ice. Looks like ice and snow, maybe. For some interpretations of. Okay, this is at least familiar. Annoying, but familiar. How do I leave? By going north. This way, where there is nothing but cliff. Log bridge, interesting. And yet another capsule. Over a hole. Dash boot module. I can upgrade the dash boots that I can't even make yet. That tells you how lost we are. I found the advanced upgrade module for an upgrade we don't even have yet. It's the Honey Gordo. Finally, something familiar. Which means we can leave. Oh, there's a strange diamond. What do I get rid of for it? I guess all these Roostro? Because I have Roostro at home. Two strange diamonds. I'm glad I gave up the chickens. Gold slime. Gold plort. No, give me the gold plort. Come back for it. Nothing will eat it. Throw away our science-only resources. Give me the gold plort. I earned it. So now we have one of the most valuable plort in the game. And two of the least valuable plort in the game, just for contrast. Been away for so long that some of our fruit has been harvested, fallen, and rotted. So we really have to top up our feeders over here. Chicken situation has gone completely bad. And the price of gold plorts is down, so I'm not selling. Instead, I'm storing it. Hand feeding these guys so we don't get caught out by their shifty mode. And put the rest of these mangoes on automatic. Then for the beets. Absolute ton of beets. And the next crop is even coming up as this is happening. We have a lot of these to sell. We're about to have so much money. These aren't exactly the most valuable plorts available, but they're among the most valuable plorts we can make. And we have a full tank of them. So there we go. 3K in a single trip, and I'm not even done selling yet. I should really do something with this strange diamond. What is it? It's a science material. So if we run the strange diamond downstairs, then I'll have 5 slots to sell. Also got this massive chicken surplus. Put back a roostro, 3 of the adults, and then all of the chicks. Just building up a huge stash of chickens. The money pens are working. I have more plorts to sell than I can carry. Alright, that's all the phosphors. All the honey. All the ringtail. And all the tangle. I'm going to sell the last of the rock. And then get back over to these guys. And take the last of the tabby. Almost 10K, produced mostly while we were away. Sheer economic madness. Now, what to do with that? We have all these side areas that need opening. And the first one, by matter of preference, should probably be this one back here, because it's a cave. For 1800, we open the den. Which is a run down here into dark and cavernous. Where there are, I believe, 5 more plots. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5 more plots. That are all conveniently shielded from the sun. And also very small and silly back areas. Don't seem to do much. But they exist. Also, there is a data drone up there. We're gonna get us a lore bit. Oh, mushrooms, my first love. I still remember the day Mom told me that they aren't actually plants. I couldn't believe it. After I got that field guide, I would always sneak into the forest with Grandma's old suitcase and collect as many as I could. When she found out, Mom was so upset. But I think she was more upset about my Grandma's suitcase than anything else. I didn't know it was special to her. What else can we do with all this cash? I'm sure there are more upgrades that need upgrading. More specifically, more personal upgrades for us. But at the moment, I am much more interested in unlocking more space. Hey look, a free rooster. We'll just stick that in there. Our population here has gone a little nuts again. Again, one rooster, maybe 3 sea hens, and all the chicks. And we have, for another 1800, the archway. The second conservatory expansion. Another 5 plots. It's kind of idyllic seaside, also kind of ominous. And the plots are very distant from each other, so I could move tangles over here, and they'd be much more comfortable. Also, a bunch of natural carrots in the area, so there's potential for wild slimes running loose here. More little back areas that don't seem to do anything. But that's 2 new zones and 10 more plots to work with. And I still have money. So let's move on to the third branch. The Gully for 1800. Yet another unlock. There are at least 2 lore bugs in here. The Gully is... well, it's a pretty nice cavern-looking kind of place, honestly. Well, I shouldn't say cavern. Canyon. Surrounded high on all sides by rock. 5 more plots for a total of 15 unlocked today. And a bunch of rock walls to climb. Also, this lore thing. I sometimes used to bring my lunch here and stare at these colossal fossils, wondering what this world looked like when they were alive. It's a world of slimes now, but who knows what it was before. And if the universe has room for a whole world and its ecosystem changing course, maybe we should accept the same of each other. Geez, talking about the past sure resonates these days. I wonder what profound thoughts I had to share back then. And our last investment of the day is going to be to come down here to unlock the sub-area of the sub-area. The tide pools for 3,500. This is the last 5 unlockable plots. And we have a natural pool of water here that we could take puddle ports to. So, this has been Slime Rancher 2, and a fine time it has been. We've got chickens, we've got all manner of slimes, we've unlocked, as far as I'm aware, the entire conservatory. Fed a bunch of Gordos, and basically grown from one sad little plot to, well, everything we can get away with. So, as soon as I make it back to the conservatory, that's going to be it for the day. All past VODs get uploaded to YouTube, and do remember that I have a channel Discord. Both links are available below the main pane. And with that, I'll be back tomorrow. See you next time.